bathroom you want, whatever you identify with.
Because you had to, they had to get it to the island. He's like,
Yeah,
nothing
he's
today
gonna
is
get yelled
gonna,
at for that.
yeah,
Sure.
nothing today is going to be that big of a deal.
I can understand that.
Alright, what is the part is good?
Silent playing stand. just making sure that the camera's good. So. Oh, yeah, I can put it through here.
Session 1 will begin in 15 minutes. Please start to head to the theater to watch our first session of TED Talks. If you have family and friends at home, they can watch today's sessions on YouTube by searching for the TEDxKids ElCajon YouTube channel or by visiting TEDxKidsElCajon.com. Session 1 will begin in 5 minutes. Please start to head to the theater and find your seats. If you have family and friends at home, they can watch today's sessions on YouTube by searching for the TEDxKids ElCajon YouTube channel or by visiting TEDxKidsElCajon.com.
to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Good morning! Welcome to our 2022 TEDxKids at ElCajon event. My name is Jose Saavedra.
And I am Lojane Albiati. We are looking forward to being your hosts for our first session of Student TED Talks. Thank you for joining us for this wonderful community event.
We want to welcome our families, partners, and everyone watching on our live stream at home. We are so excited to be back in person at this new amazing venue, the magnificent Magnolia Theater, after the last 2 years of virtual TED Talks. Are you excited to be here? Come on, you can do better than that. Put your hands together and clap, 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 clap. Are you excited to be here?
This is our 8th annual TEDxKids, and every year we see more kids sharing their ideas and unique experiences. 8 years, wow, can you believe this is our 8th year?
Yes, I do believe it, because I was first on this stage when I was 6 years old as a speaker. Lojane, have you ever been on the TEDxKids at ElCajon stage before?
No, I haven't, but I am very excited to be here. We want you all to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Please plan to spend the entire session with us and remain seated while our speakers are sharing their talks.
Let's please silence our cell phones. Our speakers are so brave to be taking the stage today. We wouldn't want them to be distracted. So please, no flash photography.
The speakers today are being recorded, and their TED Talks will be posted to YouTube in the next few months. We also have a professional photographer capturing the event and speakers. Photos will be posted to our social media sites, and you will have an opportunity to meet the speakers outside following session 1.
Today, we want you all to imagine ideas that take you on an unexpected journey, a journey that inspires, disrupts, educates, and entertains. How can we imagine our schools, community, and world around us to be better for all people? We are so excited to announce our theme this year, Imagine.
The speakers you will hear today are from El Cajon, California. They bring interesting perspectives as they range from 4th through 12th grade.
During the school year, our speakers have been practicing with teachers and coaches. Thank you to all of our coaches and families for supporting our speakers and helping them get ready for today.
Since our theme for this session is Imagine, our schools, I'd like to think about ways we could change. All of our Session 1 talks center around imagining, how we can make our school better by supporting the needs of all students.
To start us off, Our first speaker is a sophomore from Bostonia Global High School, and he's going to ask us all to imagine how we can use our voices to help others.
Please put your hands together for Als Zobel.
Imagine a world where the school system allows students to discover their voice. Now, all throughout history and present time, individuals with voices have always been looked down upon and shunned for speaking out with innovative ideas. I mean, just take a look at the great Steve Jobs, one of our more modern geniuses today. But he wasn't always regarded as a genius. Through his earlier years, Steve Jobs had to drop out of college and move to India. He moved to India because the very school system that was meant to help and support him failed him. The same school system that was initially designed to create factory workers that were placed in carefully placed rows and working on simple assignments. But now, finding your voice is no easy task. Even me here standing in front of all of you, sharing and presenting, I did not always have this confidence. Through my earlier years, almost 6 years ago, I was unrecognizable from the man you see here standing before you. Whether it was being too afraid to raise my hand in class, or fearing asking for help because of the fear that I would be judged. And because of that fear, I was silenced. I remember my DOL project, a project I had to work on at the end of the year, where I had to prove how I have grown as an individual and what I have accomplished throughout the year. Something I didn't realize back then was I had my voice all along. I just didn't know how to use it. Before finding my voice, I felt trapped and hopeless. But thanks to my teacher, Christopher Rice, that supported me and allowed me to build the confidence to use my voice, that led me to do a TEDx event with him about engineering science, where I got to talk about my ideas and innovations, whether they were just ideas or tangible things, like a 3D print or laser cut. Because of that event, I was able to show everyday ordinary people how they could create something using those machines from their own design. I was also able to build the confidence and courage to create a change using my voice. I created a change by showing schools how they could use these technologies to further adapt schools towards the future of learning. And that was only the beginning. Because of that event, it led me to build the courage to do a conference in front of hundreds of people that had the power to change the school system. And it also gave me the opportunity to help mentor other students that wanted to unlock their voice, using social issues as a base for unlocking their voices. Imagine if every student was encouraged to use their voice. But now, who has the answers? Is it the teachers? Is it the teachers? Is it the students we're currently asking to sit in rows? Is it the administrators? The truth is, without everyone's commitment and courage, nothing can truly change.
Thank you, Alice, for sharing your perspective. I agree completely. Finding your voice is so important. You certainly made me think about how I want to use my voice in the future. Our next speaker will show us how people with special needs can be misunderstood. How many of you know with someone with special needs? I can't wait to hear her perspective. Please welcome Sophie Baxter to the stage.
Imagine you were eating alone and playing alone every day from the start of your life. You just feel alone. Now imagine being thought of as a freak or a weird person, all because you don't know how to express emotions. Just by yelling from excitement, people will stare and criticize you. But why? The society we live in judges people so often that it's become normal. We shouldn't make anyone feel alone or judged over something we can't control. So, why do we shame kids with special needs? I hear things every day at school about my fellow students who have special needs. Kids love to say stuff such as, "I wish I was in a special needs class because they don't do anything," or "Shut up, you sped," or "Man, I wish I was sped so I can yell and get out of class." Why are we putting down our peers? As a sister with 2 brothers with special needs, I have seen this so often. I decided I had to do something about it. So, I am sharing my story in hopes that I can impact my community with understanding and empathy. My youngest brother, Don, has autism, and my other younger brother, Steven, has severe autism, which makes it hard for him to interact with others his age and make friends. People don't acknowledge him or even try to understand his world. Steven has strengths and weaknesses just like everyone else. However, others see him differently and make fun of him. Steven follows patterns and has a routine and becomes upset when these routines are changed. He struggles with communicating and finding the appropriate words to express greetings or polite gratitude. He's misunderstood. It's tragic that many people make inappropriate comments about him and treat him as though he is sick or unearthly. I'm tired of it, and I want it to stop. Instead of criticizing others who are different, first think, how would you feel if others criticized you instead of accepting you for who you are and what you have to offer? In reality, we all scream for excitement and make some sort of distraction to express our emotions. When someone in our special needs community yelps, let's cheer them on and say, "That's all right." When changing routines, let's provide consistent schedules and solutions to support our students with special needs. We all have schedules, and it's not so different from kids who need a routine. Let's make it a priority to be inclusive of everyone. Let's learn about each other and understand each other, including students with special needs. It's a shame to see others disregard students with special needs. Families with special needs students have to give up many things to help their family. I don't go out as much because I choose to be there for my brothers. I spend more time at home supporting both Don and Steven with their education and other needs. The cruelty of judging our peers without knowing what they go through is disappointing. I never think of myself as better than anyone, but I give an amount of respect that is deserved. If we just give that simple respect to our friends with special needs, we can all live in a world where we don't have to judge others, care about what others think, and struggle to fit in. I am the proud sister of Don and Steven, who are not much different than typical kids. When Steven allows others to play in his world, he does not judge or make fun of anyone. Steven considers everyone as his friends and equals. Imagine if we all did the same.
Thank you, Sophie, for sharing. I really like how you were not shy to share your personal story. It was really moving, and I agree that we all need to respect each other equally. Our next speaker is Yoselin Hernandez. She's going to talk with us about a creative way to share emotions. Please give a warm welcome to Yoselin Hernandez.
My grandma died 2 years ago. She was one to call me every single day at 7 a.m. just to tell me she loved me and have a good day at school. Now she's gone. I wasn't able to say goodbye to her. I had nothing to get me through all my emotions. I felt like I was on an emotional roller coaster. I was angry, I was sad, my head wasn't working with me. I couldn't think straight. To top it off, my dad's family gets into a disagreement, which resulting in Mom, Dad, and I not getting invited to any family get-togethers. At the moment, I didn't think anything of it, but in my head, I would think, what did I have to do with it? I felt like I was pushed to the side and no longer belonged in our family. Again, I felt emotionally a wreck, sad, mad, and upset with everyone. Then I saw my art supplies. When I saw all the colors on my art box, I thought I could color my emotions. All the colors represented my emotions and helped me get them onto paper. Then I started painting on canvas, which also helped me a lot. This is why I'm here today. We need to add more art therapy to schools to teach kids how to be more expressive about their emotions, in order to teach kids how to manage their emotions in a healthy way. One reason is that art therapy can help kids unravel their emotions and not keep them bottled up inside. Keeping your emotions bottled up inside isn't healthy. Art therapy is something that kids can do at home or at school. It can be as simple as having a piece of paper. Art therapy is about the process of the art and lets kids escape from all their negative emotions. For example, when I'm doing art therapy, I just let the brush and pencil take my hand. I don't do anything. I just let the pencil do what I feel. When I'm done and I look at it, it helps me better understand what I'm feeling. Doing art therapy helps me release my emotions and lower my stress. Another reason why art therapy in schools is important is that art therapy might be easier for kids because it's more colorful and more expressive. In normal therapy, you're just saying what you think. A lot of kids don't feel comfortable talking to a therapist, or they're afraid that the therapist might tell their parents. Sometimes kids are too afraid to communicate their feelings. According to Mary Grace Barbarian, a licensed social worker and clinical professor at NYU, art provides children a way to communicate thoughts and feelings that may seem too dangerous or too complex to spell with words. According to a study in the UK, when they first put art therapy in schools, some students joined just to get out of class. Makes sense, right? A lot of students in my class right now go to the bathroom just to hang out. But after a while, the students realized that art therapy was actually helping them. They learned how to put their emotions onto paper without being scared of other kids making fun of them. Imagine if we had art therapy in all of our schools. It would make a difference, right? I interviewed a couple of teachers at my school about art therapy. They said art therapy gives kids a chance to express their feelings without using words. They also said that it's a way for kids to calm their minds and it teaches them good coping skills. I asked a couple students in my class how art therapy would help them. One of my peers told me that art therapy would help get a lot of stuff off her mind. She said it would help me be more relaxed and help me focus better on school and homework. Creativity can be a challenge for many people, but in reality, there is no right or wrong in art. Art therapy can help kids unravel their emotions, process their emotions better, and give them a healthy outlet. Here I stand today, and I know my grandma would be proud. This painting has a really special place in my heart. Ever since my grandma has been gone, because of this painting, I feel like she's still with me. Just as my grandma will always be in my heart, she will also be in my art, more than just color.
Wow, I didn't know using art therapy can make us feel creative, happy, and help us function more. Our next speaker is an 8th grader at Montgomery Middle School. She will be talking to us about how our words are powerful. Please welcome Mariah Miller to the stage.
Imagine sitting down and minding your own business. Then, out of the blue, someone uses a racial slur towards you. Imagine watching TV and hearing jokes made about your race that mock you and the way that you look. Imagine wishing that you were a different race because people treat you as less than a human. One day, I came face to face with a boy who says the N-word a lot. He thought it was funny to address me as his N-word. He isn't black. He should know at least some of the history behind this slur, yet he still says it. I can name a few slurs that I've been called. Monkey, Negro, Blackie, slave, cotton picker, melon muncher, squaw, land taker, and redskin. I find these slurs extremely offensive, and I see that most of the Black and Native community finds them disturbing too. But you want to know what the worst part about it is? People have made a thing called the N-word pass. Let that sink in. The N-word pass. It's where you give a person who isn't black a pass to say the N-word without being racist. Now imagine how many kids have come up to me and asked me for this pass. I had this first interaction in the 5th grade. I was confused and annoyed. Now that I'm in the 8th grade, these interactions have not gone away. Looking away from my experience, which I can talk about all day, racial slurs are not limited to my race. I have a friend who's Hispanic. She says they call her the most absurd things that you can think of, saying she's Hispanic so she likes tacos, or she's Hispanic so she's good at climbing walls. Better yet, or even worse, laughing because some of her family got deported. I see that people like to bring up 9/11. They target Muslims and say, Muslims started 9/11. They're terrorists. They even call them bombers. The list goes on. I hear these slurs at my school left and right. I was by myself one morning, and again, a boy who usually says the N-word had said it. I looked over at him, and of course I wasn't surprised that he had said the slur, but what caught me off guard was the fact that he got up, put one fist in the air, got on one knee, then said, "Black Lives Matter." And honestly, I'm a very reserved, kind, and respectful person. But in this moment, I was extremely livid. People comment on their own race and say, "It's our slur. We should be able to say it whenever we want." Or, "I'm not being racist because I'm only saying it to my race." How are you not being racist? You just called someone of the same race as you a slur and thought it meant nothing but a hilarious joke. This generation doesn't get it. They don't understand the history behind my race, and I doubt that I know the history behind yours. But listen to this. Slurs are not okay. They never have been, and they never will be. Knowing my past experience, here are some ways that we can stop this. Stop saying slurs. Stop and think about what you're about to say. It's important to think before you speak, and it's important to be aware of what the consequences of your actions will be. Do you know about their racial history? Do you know where they've been? Do you know how it'll affect them? Imagine if our schools got the better history of things. What if teachers stopped sugarcoating the things that they teach us? Maybe we would stop. Imagine that. Imagine if they started treating us like the young adults that we are instead of the little kids that we were. History will continue to repeat itself this way. Kids aren't always really connected with the history that you're teaching because what you're teaching is not the full story. Imagine if all students felt like they belonged. What if administrators, counselors, and all school staff were the responsible adults that they were supposed to be and looked out for us? What if they were made more aware of these racial slurs that are being said every single day? We want to feel like we belong. Parents, please talk to your kids. Talking to your kids about what they're saying or what they might be hearing in school is always a great way to understand why this is such a big thing now. Kids pick up things from other kids, and they pick up things from their parents. Imagine the impact that youth can have in our schools and in our communities. Students, if this is happening to you, don't be afraid to speak up. Speak to a trusted adult. Make your voice heard because your voice matters. If you're someone who is committing to saying slurs, stop and reflect on how you would feel if somebody came up to you and called you a slur. For everyone, talk to your friends. Ask them to stop saying these derogatory terms. If they say them, or if they have any other friends who say them, ask them politely to stop. It doesn't matter if it's a joke about somebody's skin color, religion, sexuality, or disability. And it definitely doesn't matter if you're saying it to a friend or not. Looking back at my experience, I want to help the next generation learn and understand from the mistakes of my generation. Imagine if we all weren't so clueless to what we say to others and celebrated our differences.
Mariah, that was amazing. You sure gave us a lot to think about. I will definitely make sure to be more aware about the words used around me. Up next, we have students from Montgomery and Hillsdale Middle Schools performing Imagine, a group poem written in their own words and sharing their hopes, dreams, and ideas of what the world could be. If we can imagine it together, we can create it together. Please, put your hands together for these Montgomery and Hillsdale students performing Imagine.
Let's just imagine.
Imagine what the world could be.
My school.
My family.
My community.
Imagine me. Imagine the possibilities when we believed in ourselves.
Will we come through for each other?
Imagine us.
Imagine us.
us.
Imagine a world that is peaceful.
Imagine nonviolence.
That the world would treat everybody equally.
No drama, no hatred. Everyone is kind and supportive.
The people in my community would all have a place to live and enough to be able to eat.
Imagine that we would welcome people from different cultures and religions no matter what their differences are.
Imagine that the kids in my school would have good days most of the time and they don't feel scared or bullied.
Imagine.
Imagine that people in the world get along and that the wars stop.
Imagine that there is no racism in our community.
Imagine a clean and happy community where people can be successful.
People have stable jobs and homes.
Imagine loyalty and love in my family and that no one worries about their safety.
Imagine my family happy and smiling every morning when we wake up.
Imagine and having the chance to be better in the way that I live.
Imagine.
Imagine, when we look at each other, we don't see color as personality. We don't stereotype or hurt people. No one uses racial slurs or make jokes. Imagine people could just be people.
Imagine that one day, regardless of the color of your skin, where you come from, or who you love, all humans are treated the same.
Imagine that people could just be people.
Imagine that people could just be people.
Imagine.
Imagine that our world was accepting of people.
People would stop going to jail and there would be no more fighting.
Rumors would stop.
Imagine that kids would have more friends so there would be no more lonely kids in the school.
I imagine peace for my family. For a while, we were struggling because of COVID-19 shutting down our industry. We even had to get a loan and didn't know if we'd have a home. I imagine peace for my family.
Imagine that COVID is actually over, so people would be more happy.
Imagine.
Imagine that we are all united. We come to peace so that we can improve together. Imagine that we can accept what has and what will happen. We push through. Imagine that I help others through tough times, and I'm able to accept myself for who I am. Imagine.
Imagine the possibilities when we believed in ourselves.
Will we come through for each other?
Imagine us.
Imagine us.
Wow, wasn't that creative and cool? I can't believe they wrote it themselves. We have some serious, amazing talent showcase here today. Coming to the stage is Benosha, another sophomore from Bostonia Global High. She was not happy at a conventional high school and knew it wasn't what she needed to learn her best. Luckily, she heard about a new opportunity to attend a new high school. Please put your hands together for Benosha Michael.
Waiting is the most difficult thing in the world because you can't do anything for your future and you only waste time in waiting without knowing what will happen to you and your family.
It all began when I was on this stage around 5 years ago, giving my first TED Talk about my journey. Going back a little, I was born in Baghdad, Iraq. Then, when I was 4 years old, my family and I moved to Jordan, where we waited 5 years to settle in America. In less than 2 years, I had the opportunity to represent my elementary school in the TEDxKids by sharing my life journey with complete strangers. That event opened up a new chapter in my life. Having a TED Talk at the age of 11 as a newcomer to the United States was and still is one of my biggest accomplishments so far. Today, I'm attending the new high school established by our district, where we have the opportunity to explore our abilities. In addition, we choose our career path through the World of Work program that we started taking in middle school and elementary school. This program is focused on giving a chance to students to explore the careers that they like by giving them a chance to have an internship 2 times a week where they can explore their interests and gain experience. Let's go back a few chapters to where I was first born. As I mentioned, I was born in Baghdad, Iraq. Then we moved to Jordan. When we were still living in Iraq, another journey had started. We had a lot of problems. For example, my parents were fighting very hard to push for our constitutional rights as indigenous people of Mesopotamia. For example, my mother was a woman and human rights activist, besides being a lawyer, and she pushed very hard to have equal rights. Because of this, my parents received many death threats, trying to shut them down. They both were very concerned about our safety and future, especially after the attack on the Lady of Salvation Church, where we lost a lot of close friends, including one of the priests who was a very dear friend of my family. Because of that, they decided to flee Iraq and reunite with their family members in America. After we moved to the United States, another journey had started, including improving our language and getting in touch with the community. My mom had to take her master's degree in law so that she can prepare for the state's bar exam and become a licensed attorney again. Also, my dad had to work hard throughout the day so that he can support my family, and he had to take many college classes throughout the night so that he can fulfill his dream and grant his associate's degree. All of this gave me a lot of motivation to work hard on achieving my goals by imagining myself in 5 years in a place where I have completed high school and be in medical school. In the beginning, I wanted to be a lawyer, just like my mom, because I look up to her as a role model. She was a lawyer in Iraq for more than 17 years. Then, when we moved to America, she granted her master's degree in law, which only took her 1.5 years. I mean, this is very impressive. She's one of the strongest and most inspiring people that I know. Later on, I realized that law didn't relate to any of my interests. So, I decided to do my own research about the different jobs and careers that truly interest me, which led me to dermatology, a doctor specializing in conditions related to skin, hair, and nails. I have a very deep interest in skin and helping other people, which is the reason why I'm considering this career. Because of that, I decided to do additional research about the different jobs in the medical field, which led me to OBGYN, a doctor of women's health. Looking back 5 years ago, comparing them with now, I'm a sophomore in high school. I have the opportunity to leave campus every Tuesday and Thursday for an internship. And our advisors taught us to make professional phone calls with providers and write resumes. In the beginning, it was very difficult for me to find a doctor's office that would allow a high school student with no medical degree to work as an intern. But thankfully, after many struggles, I have found a great doctor, and I have landed an internship in the medical field. Imagine if every girl gets a second chance. For me, I'm surrounded by wonderful and supportive people. I always know that they're here for me, especially when they're trying to push me forward because they know that this is not the climax of my journey and that I can become better and better every day. Imagine if every girl felt like this. Imagine if every girl woke up every morning having dreams way up in the sky just because she has someone who believes in her. Remember, even if you're not surrounded by supportive people, you still need to support yourself by imagining all your future dreams coming true. Set up goals and do your best to achieve them. Even if you've missed some opportunities, it is never too late. Just imagine if all those goals that are way up in the sky would come true one day.
Wow, it's so great that Benocia found a high school that makes her feel so empowered and welcomed. Now I know to look for these same qualities at my future high school. Next, we are going to hear from Sydney, a 5th grader at Vista Grande. I definitely think that he will change the way you look at living your best life. Let's welcome Sydney Schwartz to the stage.
Put a finger up if COVID has paused your plans for the future. Put a finger up if you've ever faced a challenge. Put a finger up if you want to be successful. Most of you probably had 3 fingers up. Our lives have changed dramatically these past 2 years. And it's time to start remembering that we do have dreams, both big and small. Having a desire to do something that is special to you, then working towards it and actually seeing it work out is one of life's great joys. But what does it take to be successful? The answer might not be what you think. It's not coming from a rich family or getting great grades in school. It all starts when you decide that you want to succeed. Dave Pilkey decided he wanted to succeed, and look where he is now. He's the creator of Captain Underpants and has over $50 million. Not bad for a kid with dyslexia, ADHD, and bad grades. You may be wondering how someone can do all of this. How do you become the best soccer player on your team? How do you become the smartest in your class? How do you become the last man standing in Fortnite Battle Royale? Today, I will share with you the secret to success. Here are 2 very simple ways to be successful. The first is to set goals. For example, if you want to be successful at math, then you would set a goal to improve your test score. The smaller steps in your goal might include asking more questions in class, studying more before the test, or practicing math facts to really cement them in your memory. It is also important to share your goal with people close to you. They will act as a support system and will celebrate with you when you achieve your goal. Your friends and family will hold you accountable by always checking in to see how you're doing. If you are truly passionate about succeeding, follow these steps to reach your goal, and you will have your first taste of success, and you will definitely want more. Goal setting seems like the only thing you need to be successful, but it's not. The final piece of the puzzle is perseverance. When things get hard, in order to achieve success, you have to dig deep and find that inner strength to keep going in the face of challenge. Sometimes the problem could be big or small, like a little rain or a hurricane. No matter the size, start problem solving. Come up with ways to overcome the obstacle, and most importantly, don't give up. Michael Jordan gives his best ideas on the matter. Obstacles don't have to stop you. If you run into a wall, don't turn around and give up. Figure out how to climb it, go through it, or work around it. The ability to overcome and persevere through these and other challenges will determine your success. I play club soccer as a goalkeeper. This is a high-pressure position that can make you feel like you're succeeding one minute and failing the next. I always played goalkeeper very well. It just sort of came naturally. But I joined a new club team and it got challenging. I started to doubt my abilities. I would think, I stink at this. I soon learned that perseverance, positive self-talk, and goal setting were essential in this situation. When you face challenges on your way to success, you can persevere with positivity. I would like you to think about one final thing. If Dave Pilkey gave up when he faced challenges, would he have created Captain Underpants? Would kids not like reading? Would it not affect the world at all? We all have challenges in our lives, but it's important not to let those get in the way of our dreams. Imagine a world where giving up wasn't an option, and we were all able to be successful. Whether your success is big or small, it could change the world for the better. So, go out and be the successful person you want to be.
Wow, thank you, Sydney, for that amazing talk. I would like to ask you a few questions before we move on.
Sure thing.
Okay, what made you want to talk about this?
What made me really want to talk about this is that right now, especially after COVID, or during COVID, a lot of kids aren't motivated to succeed. Like right now, so many kids are just like, I want to succeed, but I don't know how, and I'm not motivated to try. So what I really tried to do with this TED Talk is to try and motivate kids to succeed, and then give them the steps to get there.
And when you were in some situation that you felt like you couldn't do it, did you use your strategy and did it work?
In fact, I did. When I was playing goalkeeper, the ball was coming right at me. The kid was about to take a shot, and I just told myself I could do it, and the next moment when he shot, I stuck out my hand and blocked the goal.
Okay, then I'll be sure to use your strategy. Last but not least, what is something you want to succeed in yourself?
Something I really feel like I want to succeed in is I want to lead a business when I grow up. So I would persevere through challenges, right, if those came. I would set goals, like to get good grades in school and like learn how to go to a good business college. So basically, I kind of set goals to help me achieve my ultimate, what I want to do when I grow up.
Thank you so much for answering my questions. Please give another round of applause for Sydney. Well, that was really inspiring. Our next speaker has some strategies of her own. Please welcome Augustine to the stage.
Have you ever felt lost, lonely, and stressed out? Feeling trapped, like being stuck in a glass box? Like you can see everyone can see you, but you can't interact with everyone, and no one can interact with you. Well, 1.5 years ago, that was me. I had a big dip in my mental health, and it wasn't fun. That was until one day I came across a video on my phone talking about coping mechanisms. Finding your coping mechanism could be your way out of your glass box. The Simon Institute for Neuroscience and Human Behavior states coping strategies are the behaviors, thoughts, and emotions that you use to adjust to changes that occur in your life. Simply put, the way you handle things. When I had found out about this, I knew I had to try it out. But this wasn't easy. I wanted to make sure that it was the right one for me, meaning it's something that I enjoy, and it's something that I can do willingly. Some strategies that the CDC suggests for managing stress are to take breaks to unwind to yoga, music, gardening, or other hobbies. Breathing exercises are common and can be used anywhere and at any time. Let's try one together right now. We'll breathe in for 4 seconds, and then we'll breathe out for 5. First, let your body relax. Then, breathe in for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then breathe out for 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You've just done a coping strategy. During my search for a coping strategy, I decided to try out journaling. Journaling is something that allows me to write down everything I'm feeling without restriction. It enables me to get everything off my chest while keeping the pages looking fun and free. It certainly didn't cure my stress or unwanted emotions, but it did help me to feel better and less stressed out. I created a survey and sent it out to other kids in my classes. Only 53% of my classmates said yes to having a coping mechanism. That would mean about half of my classmates were unsure or didn't have one. There are lots of kids today who struggle with the trapped feeling that nobody wants. And in times of panic, they don't know what to do. We don't talk enough about the importance of coping mechanisms. Most adults have their ways of managing stress, but when it comes to teaching their kids, they don't always explain and they aren't always aware that it could be helpful. Imagine a school where students had the opportunity to explore ways of managing stress and seeing what worked for them. They could try doing yoga, listening to music, drawing, or other hobbies. Adults were open about talking with these things with their students. One talk could help a child avoid that dreaded glass box.
Thank you, Augustine, for teaching us how we can find coping strategies when we are feeling down. It's so important to understand how much negative emotions can change us. I would like to ask you a couple of questions before we move on. Do you mind?
Not at all.
What other coping strategies have you found other than the ones that you mentioned?
Well, I've gotten into crafting recently. I'm really interested in it. And then also reading has been something too.
That's amazing. What else have you learned during the pandemic?
Always keep in contact, because I know certainly during the pandemic, I've had a few times where I felt really lonely, so keeping in contact was a big thing.
I totally agree with you. Always keep in contact when you are feeling down and always talk to your family. I love that. Thank you, Augustine, for that wonderful inspiration. Please give another round of applause for Augustine. Before we wrap up this amazing TEDx event, we have some entertainment for you. And we are happy to showcase it here on our TED stage. These Steel Canyon High School students will be performing a contemporary dance titled Renaissance. Please welcome the Steel Canyon Advanced Dance Club.
A renaissance, another day to tiptoe on the balustrade. Get over you like anything I ever could. It's easier from far away. Imagine this another way. I know lies to every play. Best ones cry, so please come wake me up. There's a mob at the door, I hear them calling for my head, and they're scaling the walls. I'm still dreaming magnificent things. There's a mob at the door, I hear them calling for my head, and they're scaling the walls, but I'm still dreaming magnificent things. Please come wake me up, I'm waiting for your please come wake me up, I'm waiting
What an amazing talent we have as in the community.
Thank you all so much for joining us and supporting our first session of TEDx speakers and performers. We hope these talks inspired you and encouraged you to reflect and engage in conversations surrounding their ideas.
After today's talks, I can imagine how making changes in our schools will change our community and our world. Also, I hope you feel inspired to dream bigger or see things differently and know that positive change in our world begins with you.
We want to expend a special thank you to our partners listed in our program for this year's event. We couldn't have made today possible without your support. And thank you to all of our community leaders, family, and friends here today who believe in us and that our voices matter.
As you exit the theater, please remember to enjoy all the fun interactive booths, the outdoor stage with performers, and delicious food from our food trucks. You can also meet our Session 1 speakers and ask them questions about their amazing talks.
Please stay and join us at our next session, Imagine Our Community, at 11:30. Thank you again for joining us at this amazing event, and it has been our pleasure being your hosts for this first session of our TEDxKids at ElCajon event. Have an inspirational day.
Session 2 will begin in 10 minutes. Please start to head to the theater to watch our second session of TED Talks. If you have family and friends at home, they can watch today's sessions on YouTube by searching for the TEDxKids ElCajon YouTube channel or by visiting TEDxKidsElCajon.com. Session 2 will begin in 5 minutes. Please start to head to the theater and find your seats. If you have family and friends at home, they can watch today's sessions on YouTube by searching for the TEDxKids ElCajon YouTube channel or by visiting TEDxKidsElCajon.com.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Hello, and welcome to our second session of our 2022 TEDxKids at ElCajon. I am Kaylee Fetty.
And I'm Grace Gonzalez, and thank you for joining us for the second session of Student TED Talks.
We want to welcome our families, partners, and everyone watching on our live stream outside the theater and all across the world. After the last 2 years of virtual TED Talks, we are so excited to be back in person at this new amazing venue, the Magnolia Theater. Are you all excited to be here?
This is our 8th annual TEDxKids at ElCajon, and every year we see more kids sharing their ideas and courageous experiences. 8 years. Wow, can you believe this is our 8th year?
I do believe it. Did you know that I gave a TED Talk last year?
No, however, I did a TED Talk at Petco Park right before the world shut down in 2020. It was about having a military dad. What was your talk about, Kaylee?
Mine was about embracing your dreams. That's so cool that we both did a TED Talk.
Today, we want you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Please plan to spend the entire session with us and remain seated while our speakers are sharing their talks.
Let's silence our cell phones. Our speakers are so brave to be taking the stage today. We wouldn't want them to be distracted, so please, no flash photography.
The speakers are being recorded and their TED Talk videos will be posted to YouTube in the next few months. We also have a professional photographer capturing the event and speakers. Photos will be posted to our social media sites, and you will have the opportunity to meet the speakers outside the following session too.
Today, we want you all to imagine ideas that take you on an unexpected journey, a journey that inspires, disrupts, educates, and entertains. How can we imagine our schools, community, and world around us to be better for all people? We are so excited to announce our theme this year, which is Imagine.
The speakers you will hear today are from El Cajon, California. They bring interesting perspectives as they range from 4th through 12th grade.
During the school year, our speakers have been practicing with teachers and coaches. Thank you to all of our coaches and families for supporting our speakers and helping them get ready for today.
Since the theme for this session is Imagine, our community, I'd like you all to think about ways things could change. All of our Session 2 speakers' talks center around how we can change our community to make it a better place by supporting all of the needs for everybody here.
To start us off, our first speaker is a 4th grade student from Rancho San Diego, who is going to talk to us about how kids can benefit from adults stepping back from their learning experience.
Please put your hands together for Gwen Coffey.
A big, green door opens slowly as a rush of wind
comes into the classroom. All of the kids run to the door. I grab my lunchbox. I hustle down to lunch tables. I've almost reached them when you hear a big, booming sound coming out of a red megaphone. No running! Walk! Walk! I roll my eyes. I hate this reminder, and so do my friends. And change my pace to a walk, and I think to myself, what's wrong with running? I plop my lunch onto a lunch table, and I can't wait to tell my friend about the crazy dream I had last night. And then another warning comes. Be quiet, eat your lunch. We only have 30 minutes to talk in our whole entire school day. Have you ever felt micromanaged by your parents, your teacher, your boss? I started a list of things that we aren't allowed to do at school. We aren't allowed to run, we aren't allowed to talk, we aren't even allowed to play tag. No, no, no. We kids hear no all day. So imagine a world where adults and parents stop worrying a little bit too much about their kids and show them to take smaller aside time. I thought school was a place to learn to be independent, self-sufficient, instead of to depend on others to solve all of our problems. Now, you might be asking yourself, overprotective parenting probably isn't that bad. Well, studies from the University of California, Berkeley say it can cause more anxiety for kids, make them less independent, and even plagiarize more. This shows us that adults that consistently hover over and micromanage kids can actually affect their lives in negative ways. Now, I made a survey, and I gave it to about 100 kids in my school, and approximately 57% of it came back as overprotective. Have you ever heard of a venture playground before? Well, venture playgrounds give the kids a chance to learn real-life skills without their parents hovering over. These playgrounds can have anything from electric screwdrivers to sledgehammers. Sadly, there aren't any in San Diego, but I have a terrific solution. You can make any backyard your very own adventure playground. Well, how to do it? First, get out some junk. You might have some laminate paper, extra wood from your garage, rope, literally anything. If I had these materials, I would put 2 holes in wood, fish from rope through 1 hole, tie a knot, swing the other end over a branch, and tie the knot that hole. Now, your very own swing. What would your kid make? A castle? A slide? A chair? What I'm about to tell you, this might seem a little bit dangerous, and even seriously dangerous, but I'm going to tell you what my parents let me do. I get to use a drill if I need to drill something. I get to go all the way to the top of my hill and go underneath the fence. This one I have to ask permission for, but I get to use a blowtorch. And guess what? I've never gotten hurt from these things. Instead of my parents saying no or be careful, they taught me how to use these things safely. Now, if you're a parent, principal, teacher, sitting here thinking about all the ways you've struggled to let your kids complete tasks independently, you might be asking yourself, how can I fight back against my overprotection? Well, you can let your kids be kids, give us kids free play. Instead of saying no, teach them how to use the item. For now, my teacher says we can try and start a Let Grow Play Club, where I can try and inspire kids of all ages to complete tasks independently. As LetGrow.org Foundation says, when parents step back, kids step up.
Big Gwen, time to do the dishes.
Yes, Dad. That should be enough soap. Let go to let grow.
Thank you for the inspiring talk. Adventure Playground sounds so amazing. It would be interesting to see kids managing tools all by themselves. Our next speaker has had an experience where she was underestimated because of her gender and persevered through it all. Please put your hands together for Sydney Souza.
Jennifer King, Lori Locust, Sarah Thomas. Have you heard of these people? What do they have in common? They are women who are breaking barriers in the NFL. Miss King is a running back coach for Washington. Miss Locust is an assistant coach for Tampa Bay, and Miss Thomas is a referee. All positions typically held by men. Ever since I was little, I would watch my older brother play football. Watching him was so inspiring. I loved watching the players tackle and was intrigued by the gear. Watching my brother wasn't the only thing that inspired me to join the football team. My dad played a big part in me wanting to play football. Originally, my dad didn't want me to play football. In fact, he wanted me to be in jiu-jitsu and be a black belt like my sisters. Although my dad didn't want me to be in football, I became interested after seeing the way he looked at my brother when he was playing football. He had so much joy in his eyes, and I just wanted him to look at me the same way. It took a lot of convincing, but I got my dad to let me join the team. I'm the only girl on a football team, and in the beginning, all of the boys doubted me. In fall of 2021, I joined the ElCajon Falcons. During the first week of practice, I had to condition. Conditioning was very hard on my body. I had to run, do practice drills, and do sprints. And at the end of every practice, I was exhausted, but I knew I had to stick with it. I do admit that I felt discouraged because I felt that the coaches were singling me out because they didn't want me there. However, one day, my coach pulled me aside and told me that this was all a part of endurance training, and that I was not being singled out because I was a girl. This reassured me and helped me realize that I was being treated just like everyone else. Not all of the players on my team made me feel welcome. Even though most of the players are nice to me, some of them made me feel like I didn't belong. During practices, some of my teammates would target me. One time, another player even told me, "I don't know why you're here, you're a girl." This made me feel discouraged and made me question if I really did belong. Hearing these types of things made me want to quit, but I know I'd be letting myself and my teammates down, and I wanted to persevere. After a while, my teammates got more comfortable with me being there and started treating me more equally. Being the only girl in a sport that is mostly played by boys comes with a lot of challenges. For example, when I take my pads off after practice, sometimes cheerleaders or other people will come up to me and ask me questions like, "Are you a girl?" or "You like getting hit by boys?" Getting asked these types of questions was very overwhelming because I felt like I was being interrogated. Instead of worrying about my gender, I wanted them to pay attention to my skills. During games, I would even put my hair up in a braid so that the other team wouldn't know I was a girl. If I was going to be treated differently, I didn't want to play at all. Even though not everyone understands why I want to be on an all-boys team, I'm determined to not let them stop me from playing the sport I love. I plan to continue playing football through middle school and high school, no matter what anyone says. I also plan to do whatever I choose and to try new things that interest me because I am my own person. I think it is important to share my story because I want other girls to know they shouldn't be scared of trying new things. There will be bumps in the road, but you will be able to persevere. There's no such thing as girl sports or boy sports. I think everyone should be encouraged to try whatever interests them and to not let other people's opinions interfere with their passions. Girls are just as capable as anyone else. In the words of Lori Locust, we will eliminate the need for labels such as female coach, female GM, female scout. And at the end of every day, I think that's what we're all shooting for. Just to come in, do our jobs, and have winning teams.
Thank you, Sydney, for sharing your wonderful talk. I agree with you. Everybody should be able to try out anything that interests them without people's opinions getting in their way. The next speaker is a 5th grade superstar. She's also going to talk about people judging you and what you can do about it. Please give a warm welcome to Bonnie Chaffin.
When you look at me, what do you assume? Do you think I like going to the mall or getting my nails done with my friends? I actually don't like going to the mall. Neither do I like going to get my nails done. But I do love playing soccer, swim, and kickball are my favorite sports. Sometimes when my peers play sports at school, I'm not included. I'm either not invited or the ball doesn't get passed to me. This has nothing to do with my ability to play the game. It has more to do with the fact that some students at my school assume that I'm a lesser player, probably because I'm a girl. Yeah, that's right, I said it. They think I'm a lesser player because they are judging me. Little do they know, I actually play on a soccer team outside of school, and I could probably help them score points. School isn't the only place that judgment can occur. It can also happen during sports at school. Sometimes a team takes one look at my team and think we have no chance before they even see us play. Do we give up just because they are judging us? No, we try our hardest, just like we always would. And the next thing you know, we've scored. I know what you're thinking, that I'm here just to talk about how unfair it is to be judged. Yes, it is unfair. However, I'm here to give you ways on how we can respond to assumptions together. First, be the change you want to see. This means to be aware of when we are judging others. When we have a negative thought about someone else, think, is this kind? Is this respectful? How would I feel if someone thought this about me? And remember, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. Listen instead of talking. Next, share your feelings. It is okay to have feelings, and there is no need to hide them. It might feel scary at first, but it will be much easier for people to help you when they know what's wrong. Speak up when you're feeling hurt. Speak up when you don't like the way you or someone else is being treated. Finally, how do you know when something is right or wrong? I know when I get this weird feeling in my stomach. You could also see a peer who is lonely or somebody being mistreated. You could easily walk away from these situations, but nothing around you is getting better. When you get this weird feeling in your stomach, when you get that feeling that someone is sad, go help and make it right. They will feel better. And remember, when you experience these assumptions, speak up when you're feeling hurt. And as Jiminy Cricket says, let your conscience be your guide. How much easier would our world be if we didn't judge each other? Imagine finding your voice. How much easier would our world be if we didn't judge each other? Imagine a world when judging each other was nothing. Judging a person doesn't define who they are, it defines who you are.
Bonnie, I'm sure a lot of people can relate to judgment and really appreciate the advice that you gave. I'd like to ask you a couple questions.
Sounds good.
What was your reaction to what people in PE were saying about you?
Made me feel sad.
No one should ever have to feel that way. If there was a girl out there going through the same thing, what words of encouragement would you give her?
Tell her to never give up.
Interesting.
Keep on trying.
What is your favorite thing about soccer?
Getting a goal.
I like sports too. Thank you for taking some extra time to share with me, Bonnie. Please give her another round of applause. Up next, we have students from Montgomery Middle School sharing their hopes, dreams, and ideas of what the world can be in a video titled Imagine. If we can imagine it together, we can create it together. Put your hands together for these Montgomery students in the video Imagine. Wow, that was an inspirational video. I agree with Caitlin in the video when she said, but most of all, I imagine kindness. If everyone was kind to each other, I think it would solve many of the world's problems. Our next speaker is going to be talking to you about electronics and how it might be affecting our daily life. Please welcome Nathan Diaz-Bucio to the stage.
Is too much screen time a problem? Parents are often telling their kids, go play outside. Kids are often telling their parents, or want to tell their parents, get off your phone. Too much screen time is a massive problem for both kids and adults. There are different types of screen time. There is passive screen time, like watching YouTube videos, Instapics, or TikTok clips. There is interactive screen time, like Wordle, Fortnite, and Minecraft. There is communication screen time, like Discord, TikTok chats, or texting. There's even content creation screen time, like Photopea, YouTube, or TikTok. It's just too much. I want to start a campaign called See the World, Not the Screen. My goal is to get other kids and families to make a commitment to spend more time outside and less time on their screens. I'm starting with my school. Why? Well, according to the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, the average American spends 93% of their life indoors, 87% of that time is inside buildings, and the other 6% of that time is in automobiles. That only leaves 7% of your entire life outdoors. What does that mean? It means the average American spends only 12 hours a week outdoors during their lifetime. Now you might be thinking, well, why does going outside matter? Well, let me tell you. Did you know many bad things can happen if you use too much screen time? You could have sleep problems. You could become depressed or have anxiety. You can become obese. You can even get back or neck pain. That doesn't sound fun, does it? If giving up all of your screen time at once is too hard, here are some ways to reduce your screen time. First, you could set a timer. When the time is up, get off your device, even if you don't want to. Second, you can try to use screens only on certain days. I would suggest 2 days a week, but it's your choice. Another strategy is to set a goal to not be on the screen for the day, week, or even month. Challenge yourself. How long can you go without a screen? Maybe you don't realize how much screen time you use. Well, let me tell you. Did you know some people are using up to 11 hours of screen time a day? Maybe more. You should keep track of how much screen time you use so you're aware. I dare you, check your phone. But not till after my TED Talk. We should shorten this time. This week alone, I used 4 hours of screen time. My 7-year-old brother used 3 hours of screen time, and my dad used 9 hours of screen time each day. That's a lot of time, right? According to a study by UCLA, screen time increased by 60% during COVID shutdowns. That makes it even more important to keep track of your time and reduce it. Once you've given up screen time, you'll have more time to go outside. You can try playing soccer, go on a short drive, read a book, or maybe play a board game. Ride on your bike, draw a picture, play tag, arts and crafts, and much more. Adults, I just gave you back 11 hours, and kids, I just gave you back 6 hours to spend outside. So now, stop going on your screens, go out and see the world.
Hello, Nathan. Your talk was very inspirational, and it made me curious. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, I don't mind.
What grade are you in?
4th grade.
Who or what inspired your topic?
Pretty much everybody that I've seen playing screens, so I made this talk so I can help people use screens less.
How often do your parents tell you to get off your personal devices?
Probably once every 1 hour or so.
That sounds very interesting. Please give a round of applause to Nathan. Our next speaker has an amazing talk called Unmasked Creativity, and he is going to tell us how we can use our creativities to help us. Please welcome Sajjad Al-Harbi.
Twas the night before the Halloween party at school, and I didn't have a costume or mask to wear. Has this ever happened to you? I was stuck. I really wanted to wear a Venom mask to school. Venom is a dark, mysterious creature that lurks through the dark. Although there was nothing professional to use around me, I decided to use anything that I could to make my very own costume. Sometimes kids have nothing at home to spark their creativity. I looked around and found aluminum foil, paper, and used my engineering skills and my imagination. About 5 minutes in, I almost gave up because nobody was helping me. But then I realized my imagination was strong enough to do this. So I got back up and started bending, painting, and taping. And I've done it! I've made my Venom mask. So in the morning, in the car, on my way to school, I was nervous that nobody would like it and that people would forget that it was the Halloween party. So as I walked to class, I took the Venom mask out of my backpack, and nobody noticed until I walked in my class. But you know what? Everyone loved it, especially my teacher. She says homemade costumes are the best. I even won the award for the best costume in my class. I think kids give up too easily because it's too hard to make something. They think there is not a lot of time to be creative, and they rush. Don't give up. I've made many things before, like web shooters. A web shooter is something that Spider-Man uses to shoot webs in the movies. I basically use tape, paint, and cardboard. The string and the spring I took from a pen. It's mostly made out of cardboard to fit over your hand to wear. A string attached to your index finger unblocks the ball and sends it shooting across the room when your wrist bends. I looked up ideas for creating these on YouTube. I'm currently working on a new Far From Home web shooter too. What I really want to make is a Spider-Man costume from the brand new movie No Way Home. I can just use rubber for the web, paint, and a 3D design that'll make me look like I'm the real Spider-Man. Close your eyes. What do you want to make? If you don't want to buy something, just make it your own. There are lots of different ways to use your imagination.
I think everybody should use their imaginations more. And kids do have big imaginations. I think we should use them more to solve problems. Coming to the stage now as someone who has been through a lot and wants to share the message that every decision matters. Please put your hands together for Serene Williams.
So I started high school this year, and it got me thinking of who I could fit in with. More importantly, who I'd once fit in with. And that got me thinking of who I definitely don't want to become, and who I'm glad I didn't become. Because there was a time in my life when I used to be a person who got into a lot of trouble. And I'm glad that I made the decisions that I did to become the person that I am now. When I was younger, I used to be a very angry person. If anyone would have said anything mean to me, I would have immediately gone to my fight instinct. The reason for this was because a lot of people used to tease me for the way that I looked. And once they said these things, my confidence started to get really low. I didn't know how to defend myself, so I used to get really angry and sometimes physical. I wasn't able to see that what I was doing was wrong, so the consequences for my actions got really serious. I was invited to join a small counseling group at my school that allowed me to talk about some of my feelings and how I can control some of my emotions. The conversations I had with my counselor helped me to see that hurting others just because they hurt me was wrong. I started looking for ways I can change myself for the better. So I joined a small leadership club at my school that was kind of like an ASB. In this club, we would talk about some of the issues at our school that needed to change. We worked to build awareness of these issues and worked to find solutions. Looking back, I'm really grateful for that group of people. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to change for the better. The groups I joined helped me to manage my anger and reflect on my actions. But because of all the comments that have been made about the way that I looked, I had really bad self-esteem and had a hard time believing in myself. It took one teacher to really convince me that I had the ability to do great things. So I used what little confidence I had left to do a TED Talk and share my experience. Ever since the day I went on stage to tell my story, I started to feel better about myself and believe that I could do anything. I may not look that different from when I was in elementary school, but you can definitely tell that something about me had changed, and that one thing was my self-confidence. I had finally realized that I was not only beautiful on the outside, but that my stories and experiences hold value. Beautiful people come in all different shapes and sizes, and because of that, it didn't matter to me what other people thought, because their opinions didn't matter. I didn't fully realize the impact that my TED Talk had on people till this year. Some of my classmates found the video on YouTube. It was super embarrassing. I went to go talk to my mom about it, and she started to encourage me. Not in a normal way a mom encourages you, because they have to. But the way she was talking about how it affected her and others, and the tone in her voice actually told me that she was being serious. I couldn't believe that all the years leading up to now, I was embarrassed of doing my talk, instead of being proud of it. Looking at this girl now, I'm proud of her. I could have easily gone to a serious depressed state to the point where I got suicidal. But this 10-year-old girl was strong. She decided to make a change, worked hard, and confronted her fears. And for that, I am grateful. I am now a more confident version of myself. And with that confidence, I've been able to do great things with my life. For example, I started my own dessert business that allowed me to express myself and what I love to do. If I hadn't made those positive choices when I was younger, I wouldn't be where I am now. Now, when I think of my future, I'm excited to see who I'll become. I can't wait to continue to be my authentic self. So I encourage you now to consider the person you'll become when making your decisions. Will this put you on the path to who you want to become? At the time, joining a small after-school club and doing a TED Talk didn't really seem like a big deal to me. But looking back now, those decisions made a big impact on who I am. Those decisions helped me to see my value. Now, when will you see yours?
Thank you, Serene. What a great reminder that every small decision we make is leading us towards the person that we will become. Everyone here has done such an amazing job sharing their TED Talks. Before we wrap up session 2, we have 6th grade students from the Flying Hills School of the Arts performing It's Possible. Performing It's Possible from the musical Seussical. Please give a warm welcome to these Flying Hills 6th graders.
I don't understand. Why are my parents mad at me? This is Kat's fault, not mine.
Hi, Jojo.
You got me in trouble! Get out! Go away! You too! Scram!
All right, we'll be going. But first, let me say...
Oh no, you don't!
Oh, the things you can think.
Stop!
Oh, the things you can think.
Be quiet!
As you splash on you splish.
I'm not listening! Blah, blah,
As
blah,
you sit
blah,
there and
blah,
scrub,
blah, blah,
have a
blah,
think in the
blah,
tub.
blah,
Think
blah,
of water
blah,
and
blah.
fish.
Fish?
Think of pipes through the floor leading off to a shore where the water is cool. Soon your tub's not a tub.
It's McGilligan's pool. This might be a pool like I've read of in books, connected to one of those underground brooks, an underground river that starts here and flows right under this bathtub, and then who knows, it's possible. Anything's possible. It might go along down where no one can see, right under State Highway 203, right under the wagons, right under the toes of Mrs. Ambroso, who's hanging out clothes. It's possible. Anything's possible. It's possible. Anything's possible. This might be a river, now mightn't it be? Connecting McGilligan's pool with the sea. Then maybe some fish might be swimming toward me. Such a fool when I sit here and fish in McGilligan's pool. It's possible. Anything's possible.
what amazing talent we have in our community.
Thank you all so much for joining us and supporting our second session of TED speakers and performers. We hope these talks inspired you and encouraged you to reflect and engage in conversations around their ideas.
After today's talks, I can imagine how you feel inspired to dream bigger or see things differently, and know that the positive change in our world begins with you.
We want to extend a special thank you to our partners listed in our program for this year's event. We couldn't have made today possible without your support. And thank you to our community leaders, family, and friends who came here today and believe in us and that our voices matter.
As you exit the theater, please remember to enjoy all the fun interactive booths, the outdoor stage with performers, and the delicious food from our food trucks. You can also meet our Session 2 speakers and ask them questions about their amazing talks.
Please stay and join us at our next session, Imagine Our World, at 1:30. Thank you again for joining us at this amazing event, and it has been our pleasure being your host for this second session of our TEDxKids ElCajon event.
Session 3 will begin in 10 minutes. Please start to head to the theater to watch our final session of TED Talks. If you have family and friends at home, they can watch today's sessions on YouTube by searching for the TEDxKids ElCajon YouTube channel or by visiting TEDxKidsElCajon.com. Session 3 will begin in 5 minutes. Please start to head to the theater and find your seats. If you have family and friends at home, they can watch today's sessions on YouTube by searching for the TEDxKids ElCajon YouTube channel or by visiting TEDxKidsElCajon.com.
Session 3 will begin in 5 minutes. Please start to head to the theater and find your seats. I'm about to, so wait, you don't want her to, she's introing the choir. Welcome to our final session of TEDxKids at ElCajon. To open, we have Cajon Valley Union School District Choir, conducted by Stephen Spence. Students in grades TK through 8th have come together to perform the song, Imagine. Please welcome the Cajon Valley Choir.
Imagine
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Hello, and welcome to the final session of our 2022 TEDxKids at ElCajon. I am Milan Rayleigh.
And I am Katie Jest. We will be your hosts for the third session of TED Talks. Thank you for joining us for this wonderful community event.
We want to welcome our families, partners, and everyone watching on our live stream, both at home. We are so excited to be back in person at this new and amazing venue, the Magnolia Theater. Are you excited to be here? Hey Katie, did you know that this is our 8th annual TEDxKids at ElCajon event?
No way! I didn't know that this has been happening for 8 years. That means I was only a year old for the very first TEDxKids ElCajon. We want you all to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Please plan to spend the entire session with us and remain seated while our speakers are sharing their talks.
Let's silence our cell phones. Our speakers are so brave to be taking the stage today, so we wouldn't want them to be distracted, so please, no flash photography.
The speakers are being recorded and their TEDx talks will be posted on YouTube in the next few months. We also have a professional photographer capturing the event and speakers. Photos will be posted to our social media sites and you will have an opportunity to meet the speakers outside following this session.
I want you all to imagine ideas that take you on an unexpected journey, a journey that inspires, disrupts, educates, and entertains. How can we imagine our schools, community, and world around us to be better for all people? We are so excited to announce our theme this year, Imagine.
The speakers you will hear today are from ElCajon, California. They bring interesting perspectives as they range from 4th through 12th grades.
During the school year, our speakers have been practicing with teachers and coaches. Thank you to all of our coaches and families for supporting our speakers and helping them get ready.
Our theme for this session is Imagine Our World. All of our speakers' talks center on imagining how we can make the world a better place.
To start us off, our first speaker is here to talk to us about the good and bad places our thoughts can lead us. I know I'm interested to learn more.
Please welcome Fatima Al-Tide to the stage.
When I was in 1st grade, I made the very important decision to go from this to this. Little did I know that a simple choice of clothing would change my life forever. It was the start of weird looks and lots of "are you bald?" questions. As we all know, 1st graders can be a little too judgy. At the time, I felt different, and not in a good way. This was due to the constant judging and teasing. Making quick judgments is natural, but what we do with those judgments can have a big impact on whether someone gets a job or not, gets a good rental, or gets a fair paycheck. It can even determine whether 2 people become friends. Implicit biases are the attitudes or stereotypes that affect our understanding, actions, and decisions in an unconscious manner. Bias is like a natural instinct. Bias can either be positive or negative.
We make assumptions and guess the rest of the story. However, when we act on that bias, it can lead to discrimination. When we judge people based on their appearances, it can hurt their feelings. They might not show it, but it really does impact them. If we can become aware of our biases, then we can develop curiosity and get to know people for who they are. Our biases can become opportunities to learn and grow. Imagine a world where we are committed to learning about and from each other. Bias doesn't have to be something bad, but when it becomes discrimination, that becomes very, very, very bad, no matter the situation. We as humans have evolved in ways that have allowed us to create life-saving medicines, build huge cities, and we've even gotten people on the moon. However, we are still holding the idea that those who look and act like us are better than those who don't. What are the emotional roots of racism, prejudice, and discrimination, and how did they shape our society today? These are, by far, one of the most difficult questions to ask and answer ourselves. When we are asked about our own bias, we don't always know, or we don't always give the honest answer. Do you think that men are better than women? Do you think that Muslims are more violent than Christians? This is all why the implicit association test, or the IAT, exists. It's a timed categorization test testing your implicit attitudes and biases in all sorts of categories. In fact, you can easily take this test yourself at implicit.harvard.edu.com. Come on, people. We created the internet. We can interrupt our quick judgments, explore our biases, learn, and grow.
Thank you, Fatima. I'm definitely interested in exploring my own biases, so I can take that second path. I'm going to take that time test as soon as I get home. Our next speaker is going to talk to us about covering up. I wonder what type of cover-up she is talking about. I can't wait to find out. Please put your hands together for Alexa Aguilar.
How many of us have covered up something? Whether that be a hobby, an interest, or an ability from the world around you. Not all of us, but some of us have been told not to express ourselves, or we've hidden away something because we are scared of someone's reaction. Whether that be we don't fit traditions or the status quo, as women, we are told 1,000 ways not to be ourselves. As a girl, I was told what to play with and what to be interested in. Band is for nerds. Video games are for boys. Play with these Barbies. Or don't wear that. It's too baggy. Or don't wear that. You need to cover up. A perfect example of a cover-up situation women face in society is discrimination in video games. A survey says 59% of women hide gender in order to avoid harassment while gaming online. More specifically, women have said to receive comments about their skills and/or patronizing actions, as well as unsolicited relationship asks. And this online society makes it easier to receive this weird and unacceptable behavior. We live in a social media society where trends are what to follow, not your own heart. Cover up, I've been told, but it wasn't just the confinement of what I wore in school or family outings. It was who I loved to be shot down by the world around me. Now, I'm not saying there isn't a time and place for things. Maybe you shouldn't wear a bikini to Big Bear. But women shouldn't be confined based on fear. Now I was watching this TikTok of a young woman's poem, Maddie Malacox, and I think it perfectly describes the type of confinement we face. You wouldn't like authenticity, not to its full extent. Too much vulnerability is weird, it's gross. And then for those next few minutes, I kept thinking about what it meant to be truly authentic, to not hide away from the world, to not cover up what I liked, But growing up, that's never been the case. Women have to cover up to save themselves from inappropriate comments, which is what we learned growing up instead of teaching young boys not to talk women down. Teens are scared of what the world views on them, and then as adults, they either fold to those pressures of society or they learn to fight against them. Louisa May Alcott was an American novelist of the 1800s who wrote the coming-of-age story Little Woman. Now, this book was about her life from childhood to womanhood, and it was published under her own name, but some of her other books were published under her made-up name or her pseudonym, A.M. Barnard. Her thriller books were seen as too sensational and didn't fit the genre she represented. An example being Pauline's Passion and Punishment, where she focused on the type of psychological terror that happens in the home, particularly to women. As a children and young woman's author, this was done to maintain her pure and wholesome image in the public eye. It was deemed unacceptable for a woman to write such graphic novels. And while she accomplished so much in her writings, it was hardwired into her brain, like many of us still, to keep a piece of her hidden. But not all of us have to remain with that image ingrained into us. Ideally, we should look at empowering women we have today. For instance, we have Jamie Lee Curtis, actress and writer best known as the original Scream Queen. Now, Jamie Lee Curtis is an amazing actress, and in one of her most recent Instagram posts, Curtis had decided she was done concealing or covering up anything about her appearance. "I've been sucking in my stomach since I was 11, she said, when you start being conscious about boys and bodies and the jeans are super tight. Now, in her upcoming film, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Curtis decides that she won't cover anything about her appearance. An amazing role model I hope we can all follow. Another example we have is Megan Rapinoe, Olympic gold medalist and soccer player on the United States national team. And along with being an amazing player on the field, Megan Rapinoe supports social justice, fights for gender equality, and civil rights for the LGBTQIA+ community. In an interview for The Guardian, she said, "As I've grown older, I've really got to understand how powerful one voice can be, my voice can be, and the team's voice can be. So to hold that back and not use that seems selfish in a way." And that couldn't have been said better in any other way. Holding your voice back, covering yourself up, is just as hurtful as lying. It's lying to yourself and the world around you. So what can we do about that? How do we change our way of thinking and our way of learning? Well, we have to teach differently. And we have to continue to learn and grow and educate ourselves constantly as we fight for equality. We need to understand that we might be different, yes, but that's okay. We can stand out, be our own people, and we shouldn't have to worry about what a superficial society might think. And that all starts with us. We need to be able to support each other and our own uniqueness. We need to not just imagine a world, but create a world where we unlock everyone's creativity. We need to not just imagine a world, but create a world where we don't need to cover up. Now, whether that be not covering up fashion sense or not covering how they can beat everyone else at Fortnite, girls and everyone else out there deserves respect. Respect to uncover what they love and share it with the world. And I'll start. it's your turn. Uncover your truths to the world. Okay.
Thank you, Alexa, for sharing about having the courage to be yourself. Our next speaker is a 4th grade student who is going to talk about how we can make an impact in the world. I am sure interested to hear what this talk is about. Give a warm welcome to Presley Farr.
There's 7.8 billion people in the world. That's a whole lot of people. But if you guess how many people in the world are kind, what would it be? Is your number big or small? If I guess if it would be big or small, I would say small. Why? Because every day I see people not respecting other people's opinions and getting mad, which is causing us more anger and disrespect. Is that a world that you want to live in? Not me. I want to imagine a world where kindness is all around and meanness can be stopped. I first started noticing people being mean in 2nd grade. I noticed kids were not getting out the swing and not taking turns. They were also not good at sharing playground equipment and saying unkind things to each other. Then, in 3rd grade, kids would pick on each other, and also kids would pick friends and not include others. This usually ended up in an argument or a fight, and people picked sides. Now, in 4th grade, kids think it's okay to steal and vandalize. And it's not just a kid thing. I've seen adults act the same way the kids behave in school. Instead of not getting out of the swing, they don't take turns on the road, or they try to take other people's parking spots. It feels like we're a giant stack of dominoes. You know, the ones you stack up next to each other and you push one and the whole thing falls down one by one. It feels like once one unkind thing happens, it causes another unkind act and then another. Just like the dominoes. Once the first thing starts, the whole thing goes. But what if there's a way to stop the dominoes from falling? What if there was a way to stop all of the meanness? I have a solution. It's called kindness. It's not hard, and kindness doesn't cost any money, so everyone can afford it. One of the best ways to show kindness is to respect others. Is to put first things first. What does that mean? It means to consider others' needs and wants before your own. You could do this by hand over the ball to someone who hasn't had a turn, or if you're an adult, letting someone else take the parking spot even though you thought you were there first. My mom always tells me to treat others the way you want to be treated, which is another way to spread kindness. Recently, I had a friend apologize to me for the way they acted on the playground. At first, my feelings were hurt, and I thought that nobody cared about me. But when she apologized, I realized that people do care about me. That's why it is important to practice apologizing and forgiving. By learning to apologize and forgive, we are choosing kindness. And it's okay to make mistakes. It does earn your life. But kindness can change mistakes from causing more harm, and it can make life better for everyone. I've also learned that everyone has different opinions, which is okay because everyone thinks differently. One of the ways to show kindness is to respect others by listening to them and not interrupting. You might learn something new. If you don't, that's okay. Some people just want to be heard and noticed. Be kind, listen, and don't argue. Remember the dominoes that I talked about earlier? Imagine putting your hand between the dominoes. what would happen? Would they continue falling, or would they stop? They would stop. Just like kindness. It could stop meanness from continuing. I feel if everyone puts kindness first, that it will be a better place. Now, let's work together and stop the darkness from falling. I agree completely with you, Presley. If everyone treated each other with kindness, then the world would be a better place to live in. I would like to ask you a couple of questions. Okay? What helped you decide that you wanted to treat people more kindly? Because people were being kind to me and some people were being kind to others. So that's what made me want to be kind to others. Sometimes I find it hard to be kind to people who I see being unkind to others. Do you have any advice for me? Maybe try to stop the meanness from continuing and not to continue it. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer my questions. Please give Presley another round of applause. Our next speaker is Muska Fazli. This 8th grader from Cajon Valley Middle School is going to talk to us about the path to peace. Please welcome Muska Fazli to the stage.
Hold the door, hold the door. Who knew these words would still be stuck with me until this day? Who knew these words are what have kept me alive and standing in front of you all? Now you're probably really confused. Let me help. Imagine a beautiful morning with the sun shining. Imagine going to the spa. Now imagine being scared for your life. One peaceful afternoon, my mom and I went out for a spa treatment. My mom was happy. Suddenly, we heard a loud bang outside, and trust me, it was really loud. My mom got scared, but I didn't think much of it. The workers at the spa quickly shoved us all in the bathroom. They told my mom and another lady to hold the door handle really tight. It was at that moment when I realized it was serious. We heard more sounds of guns firing all around us. I was scared for my life. How could a 7-year-old not be scared in such a situation? Our peace was gone. This was war. How do you feel when you hear the word war? When I hear the word war, I think about pain and suffering. Then I picture tanks, bombs, guns, and soldiers. I go a bit deeper and I think about what the soldiers are doing or what they are feeling. War is a negative thing for everyone, not just the people of the country. According to Brown University, over 7,000 US service members and over 8,000 contractors have died in the post-9/11 wars. President Kennedy told Americans in June 1963, in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal. He knew the consequences of war and was willing to find another answer. President Kennedy was a president that definitely did not like war. In 1962, Cuba was threatening the US with nuclear missiles. Kennedy was smart enough not to listen to the threats and eventually made peace with the Cubans. The president recognized the devastating possibility of a nuclear war and publicly agreed to deal in which the Soviets would dismantle the weapon sites in exchange for a pledge from the United States not to invade Cuba. This was a president who served in World War II and knew firsthand the effects of war on people. In order for more people to take the higher road and work towards peace as Kennedy was able to, they need to be better informed. We can't stop a war if people do not know what is going on or people are getting false information. According to the New Pew Research Center conducted a survey between 2020 and 2020 found that those who rely most on social media for political news stand apart from other news consumers. This means that a lot of people follow fake stories, and the people that make up those fake stories usually target the people that will follow those fake stories. When people follow misinformation, they may follow a wrong path that can lead to conflict and can steer them away from peaceful solutions. As responsible citizens, people need to follow reliable news sources and be willing to have informed conversations. Leaders need to be more like John F. Kennedy. War is not something we have to go through to find peace. Peace is found when people from all countries come together and bond together. When you bond or connect with someone, you want peace in life. When you want peace in life, you need to stay away from conflicts and make peace for yourself. War is not the key to peace or freedom. Let's get our peace and freedom by educating ourselves, speaking up for things that matter, and stay away from conflicts.
I agree with Muzka that education and not seeking out conflict is the path to peace. After that talk, I also want to learn more about President Kennedy. He sounds like one of our more interesting American presidents. Up next, we have students from Montgomery Middle School sharing their hopes, dreams, and ideas of what the world can be in a video titled Imagine. If we can imagine it together, we can create it together. Please put your hands together for these Montgomery students in the video Imagine.
I really like the quote from Sandra. Imagine that I'm a better human, that I share kindness. I know that is one of the things that I imagine every day. I believe that keeping goals in mind daily helps you achieve them. Our next speaker is a 5th grader at Magnolia Elementary. She is going to talk about the power of women. Please give a warm welcome to Athena Lee.
I am an 11-year-old girl and feminist, and with this TED Talk, I want to stand up for women's rights. For centuries, women were often assaulted. They didn't have the right to vote or even go to school, and this is because men thought that females were not smart enough to make decisions. Men have stereotyped women for hundreds of years. There are many stereotypes of women, like women are too emotional, or women aren't smart, women are weak. All of these aren't true. Your gender does not determine how smart you are, how strong you are, or how emotional you are. In order to be a certain gender, you don't have to act a certain way, dress a certain way, or even speak a certain way. Things don't have to be associated with a specific gender. Sports should not be a masculine thing, and baking should not be a feminine thing. Women started fighting for equal rights back in the mid-1800s. Women fought for their rights for almost 100 years until they got the right to vote with the 19th Amendment in 1920. Discrimination of women didn't stop there, so women have continued to fight for equality. Throughout the decades, there have been many feminist icons who worked tirelessly to give women more power. Katherine Johnson was a Black woman who worked for NASA in 1953. She worked in a male-dominated field, and the only reason she was allowed to work where the men were working was because she was good at mathematics and was helping put the first man on the moon. Coretta Scott King was known for her marriage to Martin Luther King Jr. and her work for civil rights, but was also devoted to women's rights. In 1966, she helped found NOW, which is a national organization for women. She played a huge role in the organization's development, which is now the biggest feminist group in the United States with over 500,000 members. Gloria Steinem, a proud feminist and journalist named Gloria Steinem, led the women's liberation movement in the 1960s and 70s. This is a continuation of the struggle for women's equality. The whole point of this movement was to free women from oppression and male supremacy. This was known as a second wave of feminism that was not just helping women gain legal rights, but was also allowing them a role in the workplace and politics. Kamala Harris is a Black woman who was a district attorney of San Francisco and then a California senator. She ran for president in 2020 before being selected to be the vice president in 2021. The feminists I spoke of before made it possible for her to become a woman in politics because of the efforts made by women in history. The rights of women have progressed from the 1800s. Powerful women from our past have allowed more women to have choices in education and careers, but there's more to be done. Everyone should be equal regardless of gender. Imagine a world where your gender did not define you. Imagine a world where everybody had opportunities for success. I want to imagine this world and make it a reality by continuing to promote feminist ideals and equal rights for everybody.
An inspiring talk. I wonder how long it will take to see the first female American president. Coming to the stage next is a high school student from Granite Hills High School, who is going to talk about the importance of our imagination. Please welcome Paige Lakina to the stage.
Imagine traveling the world sitting in first class. Imagine getting a promotion after everyone in the company doubted you. Imagine winning the lottery and going shopping the next day. Imagine getting the Nobel Peace Prize for something you are passionate about. Imagine standing on a stage and talking for 5 minutes to a crowd of absolute strangers who you've never seen before. Oh wait, I'm doing that right now. I've tried my best not to be nervous. I imagined myself calm as can be, standing up here, chatting away with each and every one of you. But to be honest, walking past all those little kids backstage who are just as talented as me made me even more nervous. When I was a little kid, I was playing in the dirt with my best friend and my insane collection of Barbie dolls. These kids are standing on this very same stage, sharing impactful stories and lessons that they each have gone through and have experienced. The only talk I could give when I was younger would probably have been how to braid Barbie hair 101. You know, you take 3 strands, you cross left over right, and actually, never mind. I think I'll save that one for another day. When I was a little kid, I spent my days imagining the impossible. I even imagined that I could fly. Yes, that's right, fly. Don't try this at home, but one day I took my pink Razor scooter and pushed it all the way to the top of my very steep driveway, said a quick prayer, buckled my butterfly helmet, and took off before my life flashed before my eyes. I thought I had just done the impossible. But right when I was about to stick the landing, one of my light-up wheels hit a small rock and I went catapulting over my streamer handlebars. We all know what happened next. I got carried inside, branded with a Hello Kitty Band-Aid, and cheered up with a push pop. I swear, those things were the way to my heart growing up. It's important to imagine ideas that don't even seem real, but when you're sitting on the couch with your Hello Kitty Band-Aid and push pop, realizing that you just attempted flying, that's when it's okay to reel it back a little, folks. But even after realizing that I would never be able to fly, I didn't stop imagining. After that day, I imagined what middle school and high school would be like. I imagined how many pets I would have in the next 10 years. Joke's on my younger self, I got stuck with a single goldfish. But the truth is, I never stopped imagining, and I think that the older you get, the less you tend to imagine. And the actual truth is, we can't create a better society or a better future unless we imagine it first. Think of some of the most creative people in the world who are fueled by their very own imagination. Martin Luther King Jr., Amelia Earhart, Walt Disney, and even Elon Musk. Martin Luther King Jr. had a very, very powerful dream and vision that he shared with others. Amelia Earhart visioned flying around the world and became the pioneer for female pilots. Walt Disney literally created the happiest place on earth. And even Elon Musk is modernizing the world left and right with electric cars and even SpaceX. And all those people had one thing in common. They imagined their goals and dreams first. Everything I said in the beginning could actually come true for each and every one of you. You could travel the world sitting in first class. You could get a promotion that everyone thought would never happen. You could win the lottery and go shopping the next day. You could get the Nobel Peace Prize, and you could even give a TED Talk just like me one day. I've spent the last few months preparing for this very moment, imagining what it would be like to stand on this stage and talk for 5 minutes to a crowd of absolute strangers who I've never seen before. Now that it's actually happening, I don't have to imagine this day anymore, but I'm not going to stop imagining. Next, maybe I'll imagine what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. I can see the 5-layer cheesy lasagna. I can taste the crispy garlic bread. And I can hear the sound of forks scraping the bottom of empty plates. Or maybe I'll imagine what life is going to be like in college next year in Oregon. I can see the 150-foot pine trees towering over me. I can feel the raindrops falling on my face. And I can hear the noise of the football crowd coming from Autzen Stadium. Or maybe I'll imagine who I want to become 50 years from now. I can see myself sitting on the couch sharing stories of the long life that I will have lived. I can feel the love in the room, and I can hear the voice of my grandpa reminding me that a lot of the joy is in the journey itself and not just the destination. I've tried my best to imagine the impossible, and I think that when you imagine the impossible, you can get super close to actually doing the impossible. Einstein once said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world."
Paige, I am so inspired by your talk about imagination. I feel the same way. I would like to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
What were you imagining when you were creating this TED Talk?
I imagined giving my talk here today.
Is there something that you imagined that made you sad?
I try to imagine things that make me really, really happy.
Thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. Please give another round of applause for Paige. Thank you all so much for joining us and supporting our final session of TED Speakers and Performers. We hope these talks inspired you and encouraged you to reflect and engage in conversations around their ideas.
After today's talks, I can imagine how making changes in our schools will change our community and our world. Also, I hope you feel inspired to dream bigger or see things differently and to know that the positive change in our world begins with you.
We want to extend a special thank to our partners within the program for this year's event. We couldn't have made today possible without your support. And thank you to all our community leaders, family, and friends here today who believe in us and that our voices matter.
As you exit the theater, please remember to enjoy all of the fun interactive booths and delicious food from our food trucks. You can also meet our Session 3 speakers and ask them questions about their amazing talks.
Thank you again for joining us at this amazing event. It has been our pleasure being your host for the final session of our TEDxKids ElCajon event. To end our session, we would like to invite our biggest partner, Cajon Valley Union School District Superintendent David Miyashiro, to the stage.
I just got Miyashiro'd. Which means you get asked to speak like suddenly. At first, I would like to acknowledge those that made this possible, our elected governing board. Some of them are here. Would you please stand? Thank you for allowing us to do this work. And Howard, will you join me? So all of our students used amazing quotes. So I'm going to quote Edith Wharton. She said that there are two ways of spreading light, to be the candle or the mirror that reflects it. And today our students were the candles, and we collectively as the audience have the responsibility of being their mirror. And it's not possible without you. So thank you for showing up and being present for our kids today. There are many behind the scenes. Howard is one of a large team that made this event possible, and he's going to bring up some team leaders.
Our founder, Tamara Otero. Thank you. And our TEDx organizer, Jim Petraglia.
And crying doesn't get you out of speaking. Great job.
Thank you. Being 5 months pregnant does not help today. I've been a blubbery mess all day. These kids, this is the perfect time of the year. I always say we are exhausted as educators, and it's so great to see these kids give us inspiration and hope. And we could not have done it without all of you. And as far as this day, I couldn't have done it without a team. It definitely was not me alone. If you were a volunteer or a part of the committee, can you please stand? I appreciate you guys so much. We kind of gambled. We've been gone for 2 years in person. We did a virtual event for 2 years. And so we kind of gambled. This is a new venue for us. And so there were a lot of unknowns. Yesterday, things were a little bit of a mess everywhere. But it came together. It always comes together. And I've just treasured today, taken it all in. And now it's over. But we did it. And I'm so proud of our kids. And I just can't thank you guys enough for allowing them to share their voice. They're going to be treasuring this for years and years. And I'm just excited to see when they go away to an interview in 1 year, 5 years, 20 years, looking back on this day, knowing exactly who they are, and being able to say, I did a TED Talk. That's like so cool. I could never do it, but our kids can. And just to know and have faith in them and know that their experience matters and their voices matter means so much to me and so much to these kids and their families. So thank you so much for coming and supporting our kids today. Thank you.